Good morning, friends and fellow bibliophiles. Welcome to Kat's Novel Adventures. I'm Kat. I'm glad everyone is here today. It is Friday morning, fantastic folklore Friday morning, and I'm excited to be here with y'all this morning. It's kind of early, even for me. But I'm happy to be here. I need to get some reading done for Folklore February. I am trying to wrap up my reads. And so I'm happy to be here for a couple of hours to get some of that done because I have a super busy weekend this weekend. All good things, all fun things. And I am excited about everything that I'm reading. So what is everybody planning on reading this morning? Well, and you don't have to be reading, honestly, and you don't have to be reading folklore either. You could be here with me and my friends and just doing whatever, starting your day. It's Friday, it's the weekend, woot woot. Let me see who's here with us. I know Amal came in early. Hello, Amal, how are you? Checking to see if I have any folklore books or holds at my library, and be right back. Otherwise, listening to Beyond Words, Chapter 35, nearly done, and reading a backlist challenge book, coveted by Alicia Nichols. That sounds interesting, Amal. Glad you're here. And for anybody that has not ever come to Sprints, welcome. We're glad to have you here. Hello, Kaylin, you made it. Does that mean you got all your work done? Or are you kind of just hanging out while you're also working? Let me know. Good morning, Alicia. What are you up to this morning? So good to see you. So wonderful to start this weekend morning with all of you. Hello, Em. Good morning. I see you have some coffee. I already had my coffee because I've been up since about 5:20-ish, kind of laid there in bed and then kind of rolled out. I'm failing tremendously with my goals of getting up at 5 a.m. Just to let you know, it's more like about 5:30-ish. So I don't know. Maybe things will get better once daylight savings time happens. But I have a beverage. I have hot peach tea. It's been my new favorite flavor I'm drinking lately. I'm not all awake. I'm going to finish Kindred and do some cleaning around the house. Now, is Kindred Octavia Butler? Kindred? Let me know. Hello, Reader's Retreat. Welcome. Morning Cat and Chat. Yes, I like that. I like that very much. Chat with Cat on a Friday morning. Coffee and contemplation here. Maybe I'll read a bit before I head to my mom's house. Okay, coffee and contemplation. I like that alliteration. Very nice. I am here. Love that you have a morning chat. Well, I love that you're here, Holly. Holly. You know why I'm calling you Holly? Because I have Holly on my brain. Heidi. Yes, guys, I have been reading Holly, and really that's what I want to read instead of my folklore. I just admit that. But maybe if I do get my folklore stuff done, I'll hop back onto Holly, but I'm loving Holly so very much. The tension is building, and I just don't know how it's all going to collide. I think I told everybody on Wednesday Sprints, you have two different timelines going on. You got the timelines with these horrible people who are doing horrific things and all that's happening, building up to that. And then you've got Holly in present day, and they're like getting closer and closer to where they're meeting. And Holly has met the terrible people. Well, at least one of the two terrible people. I don't know. I am just can't even imagine how this is going to end, but I am tense right now. I don't think I slept very well last night because I just want to know what's going to happen. And that's a wonderful thing about reading a book that just like sucks you in and all you want to do is think about it and get to it. Yeah, It's been a wonderful ride. So, Heidi, I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm so far enjoying this morning chat. I don't really mind doing morning chats. It's just normally in the mornings, I'm trying to get content done or other stuff done. So, but it's been nice this month having some morning chats on Saturday. So it's nice to have one on a Friday. Hello, I am still working, but hanging out. Probably won't have much time to read, but glad to see you all. Well, I'm glad you're here, Kaylin. So much fun. Coffee and contemplation sounds good. I think so. I love the alliteration. I am big on alliteration. You may notice that from time to time in some of my stuff that makes it on a video. Yes, that is the one, my first book by her. Wonderful. I have only read, and I can't really say, well, I did kind of read. I read it and I listened to it. One of her short stories. I did it for the week of Weird, my very first week of Weird. Peach tea is delicious. I've been up since 5:30, but couldn't function enough to make coffee until now. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I have a little routine that I do every time, and it's basically getting up, going to the bathroom, moseying on. Well, I got to get my sweatpants on because it's kind of chilly. It's not super cold here. It's like around 60, but it's still chilly in the house. Put on my sweatpants, mosey on in to the kitchen, take some medicine. I have to take my reflux medicine, and then make my coffee, go check on ice cream bar, make sure his temperature in his room is good. Sometimes Nene comes and bothers me for some food, sometimes not. She wasn't there this morning. And then I go back and I get the dogs up, and then we go out so that they can go to the bathroom. It's pretty much it. And then a lot of times, depending on the time, I bring my coffee with me and get back in bed and do stuff. I listen to sports radio at 6 a.m. Wow. Sports radio. What is your favorite sport, Heidi? Let me know. And if you don't have a favorite, you just like sports in general, that's fine. It's kind of hard sometimes to pinpoint one favorite sport. And while we're talking about sports, how many of y'all played sports when y'all were in school? I played volleyball, softball, as well as run track. Yep, those were the three things I like to play. When I wake up, more I'm reading. Oh, when I wake up, more. Oh, okay. I got it. When I wake up more, I am reading Dead Letters by, is it Kate Dolan Leach? Dead Letters. Sounds like either a mystery or a thriller. You can read Holly for Folklore February. I guess I could, if I really, really stretched it. The fact that there are writers and poets in it, and perhaps they write a little bit about folklore. I don't know. But I really do need to read. I'm starting off with Odd and the Frost Giants because I have to finish. I love this book, but I had to put it to the side because I didn't finish last time. I mean, look at this artwork. That is a frost giant. Is that not incredible? I love it. I'm on page 86, and I think we have what? I think what's great about this book are all the illustrations too. 119. So it's possible I will finish this maybe in the first sprint, maybe not. And then I am reading from Mythical Monsters, the scariest creatures from legends, books, and movies. I'm reading about the Black Dog and the Boogeyman. That's the two I'm going to read out of there today. And then I'm also starting my Gnomes book. So I will be adding these two books. Well, I might not do Mythical Monsters. I haven't decided yet because I may just read those two and put it to the side. But Gnomes I'm going to read throughout the year. So I'll put that on Goodreads to finish. Well, it'll be an ongoing project. But that's going to be my Monster and Mirth. And I'm going to post that in the Discord as soon as I get my little graphics done. That's what I was kind of doing before. And what else? After I get off of sprints, I will be finishing up my 24 books for 2024. So I will release that tomorrow. That is the plan anyway. Thank Hopper from Stranger Things for the coffee and contemplation line. Aha! I've only seen the first season and I loved it and then never went back to watch the rest of it. So I'm going to have to do a rewatch of the first season again, which is not a sad thing. But I do like Hopper. I like that actor. Yes, Hopper. We got some love for Hopper. He's my favorite. I do like him. And I also love the fact that Winona Ryder was in it as the mom. I don't know if she's still in it. I don't know if she's made it. Listening to The Sword and the Sophomore by B.P. Sweeney and loving it. Somehow a part of the series Merlin, which I watched on Netflix. Very nice. New York Rangers and New York Mets. Try not to miss a game. So that is baseball. Is that baseball? I played tennis and rode horses, some golf too. That is fun. I love horses. I'm a little intimidated by them. I have ridden them. You go to these places where you can, go and ride them for a little bit, but I am intimidated by them. They are beautiful creatures. I know that I would love to have one to interact with, but I know that they're a lot of work. So that's not going to happen anytime soon. Luna's kind of a horse. She's a big dog. So I'll have to stick with her. I have not ever played golf except for mini golf, where you go to those little putt-putt places. And tennis. I love tennis. I never played for high school, but I did take tennis in college when I went back to get my teaching certificate. And you had to take a PE, and the PE I took was tennis. It was a lot of fun, but I do like it. Andrew and I have played a couple of times because he and my oldest son both took tennis in high school, and they loved it. They were both on the tennis team. So much fun. It's a thriller. It kind of sounds like it would be like a thriller or a mystery. I played volleyball in middle school. I tried out for cheerleading, but quit before the game started because I wanted to hang out on the bleachers instead. Yeah, I was not a cheerleader or on the dance team. I was just rather do volleyball or softball or run. Yeah, I like all that. My husband and I do not read the same kind of books, but at least we have sports in common. He only reads nonfiction and always makes fun that I am reading about dragons. Well, that's funny because my husband and I do not read the same kind of books either. I think the only book that he and I read, and out of all of the time that we've been married, which is 35 years, was State of Fear by Michael Crichton. I read the physical copy and then I bought him. I liked it so much. I was like, this is a book I think you would love to read. And he drives a truck. So I'm like, this would be perfect. You can listen to it in the truck. And this just tells you how long ago it was. I bought him the book on CD so that he could put it in his truck, but he enjoyed it. And he doesn't really read a lot of fiction. I think I bought him a Castle. The TV show Castle. Well, there are books based on that TV show. Like it is the Richard Castle writing the books. And I'm not sure if he read that one or not. But my husband also likes nonfiction. And he prefers to read the World War II era. That's the era he prefers to read. So yeah, we don't generally, when it comes to fiction, this is his take on it. Why would I read a book when I could watch it on TV? And I'm like, did you just say that? Did you just say that? Now, I will say that we do have a lot in common when it comes to music, as well as TV programs and movies. Sometimes there are movies he likes that I don't care for, and then vice versa, and TV shows that I really don't have an interest in watching, but he does. He likes to watch a lot of nonfiction TV too. But same with music. I mean, the majority of our music we do agree on, but there are some people or groups that I'm like, okay, you can listen to them. I'll listen to my own. So, which is good. It is good, but I do wish he would read a little more fiction because sometimes like he's very polite about listening to everything I say about my books, about how wonderful they are. Or like if I read a book and then we go see the movie, of course he's got to ask me a million questions about it. And I'm like, well, maybe you should have read the book and then you would have more backstory. It's like, just watch it like everybody in the world who doesn't read the book. But then I do give in and tell him. I'm not that mean. Almost every book I read does have a dragon in it. Well, you know, there was a time my youngest son loved everything with dragons. We had tons of dragon books. And do you like middle grade? Because I'll have to give you some titles of dragon books. If you like middle grade or even maybe lower grade. I mean, we have a lot of dragon books because he was big into dragons for the longest time. I think he still really does like dragons. And I like dragons too. I loved Aragon. Now, I haven't read the rest of the series, but I've read Aragon twice. I really like that story. Good morning, Chris. Welcome, 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 welcome. What you doing? What you doing? Oh, I forgot to put my little banner up. See, I'm not totally awake. I wanted to have a good morning and happy, fantastic Folklore February banner for y'all. I'm so sorry. So sorry that I'm not awake. Vecna's house was filmed right down the road from me. It was weird to see what they did with it. Yeah, I love when I see places that are in the movies or TV shows. Very, very neat. How cool, Alicia. My teens would love to see it in person. I think so. I need to get back to it. I really did like the story very, very much. It's so nostalgic to me. Maybe for old school April, I'll jump back into Stranger Things. Samwise Gamgee, Sean Austin is the second season of Stranger Things. Awesome. Hockey and baseball. Okay, Rangers is hockey. Mets is baseball. I love playing tennis, but do not get the chance anymore. Yeah, I don't really get to go play tennis all that often, especially now that Andrew's in love and he lives with Megan in Baton Rouge. I don't get to see him quite as often. And when we do see each other, we're not playing tennis. It's actually a nice and old house that used to be a bed and breakfast. They made it look all run down and spooky for the show. That is cool, cool, cool. Very cool. And I want to watch Castle. The Star used to be my favorite soap opera, One Life to Live, no longer on the air. Yes, I know. I love Nathan Fillion, Heidi. He is awesome. He has been in a couple of episodes. He plays a really bad character in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is my favorite show. And he was also on Firefly. Do we have any Firefly fans in the house? Woot, woot. I love Firefly. And he was in a movie that I absolutely love. The cast in this movie is fantastic, and it was directed by James Gunn, and that is Slither. Nathan Fillion is in it. Michael Rooker is in it. Jenna Fisher, who at the time was married to James Gunn. Absolutely fantastic zombie movie. That's all I'm going to say. Yes. Give me titles. I have been catching up on the middle grade fantasy classics the last year. I'm going to give you one. And there's one that it actually made me cry. Andrew and I read it together when he was younger, and I would read to him before you go to sleep. And he was just like, Mom, are you crying? I'm like, it's just so sad. But I do. I cry in books. I cry in movies. I cry in commercials. I'm just an emotional person sometimes. But anyway, we are going to go ahead and get started with our first sprint. I need to go get some titles for Heidi and get started on this reading and post what I'm reading on Discord. And then we'll come back and we'll chat a little bit. So I think we'll go ahead. I don't know why I'm looking over there. For some reason, I've developed this bad habit. We're going to start with 30 minutes, if that's okay with everyone. And okay. There we go. So happy reading, happy working, whatever you're doing, just happy you're here. And I'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. How did everybody do during our sprints? Hello, Al. So happy you're here. Hello, hello, hello. I know it's not morning where you're at. It's probably either lunchtime or maybe early afternoon. Well, I mean, lunchtime would be early afternoon. How are you today, Al? What are you doing? What are you up to? Are you working? Are you home? What are you getting up to? I'm so excited when Al comes to visit because he rarely gets to come to sprints. One of my favorite people. And hello to Al from Alicia. I finished my book. Now I have to clean. Ooh, goody, goody, goody. You know what? Your future self is going to love that you cleaned. I'm going to say that much. Hello, Rebecca. Good morning. How are you on this fantastic Friday? Hey, Alicia. Hey, Kat. It's 3 in the afternoon. My goodness. It's so crazy. And it's so crazy that you'll be in the future before we will. Like you'll be in future on the next day before we will. I just think it's so interesting for sure. Hello, are you the same Big Al that was on Dear Dr. Fantasy? Al, is this true? Were you on Dear Dr. Fantasy? Let us know. Chris ate breakfast and read a little. Hello, Dustin. Good to see you again. So glad you're here. And yes, Heidi, he is the one and the same Al that was on Dear Dr. Fantasy. I need to find this out. I need to look this up and see what Al is getting up to. He just recently was on Cliff's channel and they talked about horror. It was a wonderful chat, I just have to say. I did absolutely no reading. I updated Discord and put what I'm reading and also put it on Instagram in my stories. And then I went around the house looking for dragon books for Heidi. And I'm going to share some of those with her and with y'all also, if y'all are interested in all of that. I'm great. I'm on my 4th Frida McFadden book. In the span of 24 hours, they are addicting. Yes, you were starting one or in the middle of one on Wednesday. That's exciting, exciting, exciting. I love when you find an author and then you want to read everything by them. Now you're getting me excited about reading her. Em read a few pages, slow and steady with this book. That's right, because you were starting off with coffee and contemplation. I feel like we have a celebrity in our midst with Big Al. Yes, he is. If you do not follow Al, I would highly recommend that. In fact, I'll have to put his link in the description box just so everybody will go over there and show him some love because he is fabulous. And he is one of my first friends that I made on BookTube when I started my channel. I mean, I had some friends already established, some friendships established because I did a lot with Kelsey over at Slime and Slashers. She and I had done some collaboration before my channel was ever started because Kelsey and I were friends before all this BookTube stuff. So yeah, but she kind of gave me the courage between that and taking improv classes that kind of gave me the little push I needed to do all that. So I kind of started off with having some people following me, but Al was one of my first friends. So this is Al. If anybody wants to check out his YouTube channel, he's wonderful. So check him out. Let's see where I left off. Oh, yes. Kaylin said, 4th Frida McFadden. Wow, that is fast reading. Yes, I have to say, because Rebecca, I am still reading Holly. Last night I tried so hard. I mean, when I got home from work yesterday, took care of my pups, made some coffee, and sat down and read for about an hour and was doing great. But then I had to get up and do some other things and cook. And then edit. I had to edit. So by the time I got in bed, to where I could read again, it was like maybe 10 o'clock. And I'm like, I know I'm not going to make it very far. Literally, I could not get off this one page because I just kept, the head bobbing thing. So I was so sad. And that's probably why I probably dreamt about Holly and just didn't realize. I just want to get back to it because it's at a point where I'm like, why? Or is Barbara not making connections? Oh my gosh, it's just making me so anxious. I mean, I know it's not real life, but it just makes me anxious. So eating breakfast on this chilly, rainy day in Delaware. Wow, Delaware. I have never been to Delaware, but it's a place I want to visit, Anne. What did you eat for breakfast? Just want to know. I did not have my normal breakfast because we are out of bananas and out of pineapple. All I have is my little lettuce boats and my flaxseed. That's not going to make a very good green drink. So I had egg salad sprinkled with a little paprika and half of a blueberry bagel with honey and pecan cream cheese. That's what I ate for breakfast. Lovable reader, good morning. Welcome. I believe this might be a first time that you're here on my channel. Thank you for coming. I hope that you're having a lovely morning so far. What are you getting up to? If you'd like to share. Nice. Al has great taste in books. Yes, he's very big into fantasy, but he also reads classics. He reads mystery. He also reads some horror and like classic horror. So yeah, very good stuff. Hiya, lovable reader. We're getting some love. There's Al's BookTube channel again. I hope I'm not embarrassing Al because I'm like his cheerleader. How did you meet Kelsey? Well, to let you know, Chris, Kelsey and I have been knowing each other for a long time. And that is because she and I both worked at WYS TV in New Orleans. I was a freelance director producer over at WYS, but she was I think she kind of started off perhaps as like an intern or, doing some various things. And then she got hired on as an associate producer. And I think she was a director, also an associate director. But I used to work at Channel 12 full-time as an associate producer and a director like a long time ago, like back in my 20s, after I had graduated from college, because my degree is in drama and communications. And then I left to go work for an advertising agency and then just live life, and then ended up leaving because of my child at the time was still in pre-K. And so then I went back and got my teaching certificate. So that's like the little history there. But in the meantime, I always was connected to Channel 12. Always did freelance for probably 20 plus years. I would go back for their art auctions, their showboat auctions, and for different cooking shows, different things. A lot changed once Katrina hit because Katrina destroyed New Orleans and destroyed Channel 12. So my very good friend, Michelle, you might have heard Kelsey and I talk about our friend, Michelle. She was a producer over there at the time, and she would always call me to come over there and do stuff. So Kelsey and I met. I believe we worked on something together, whether she was in the directing booth with me when I was directing, but we met. I got invited to her Halloween parties that were epic, and we just became really, really good friends, even though Kelsey technically could be my daughter. It's just funny. We are 20 years apart, but it doesn't feel like there's an age difference between us. And I guess that's because even though I am 55 years old, I'm mentally still stuck at 32. So honestly, technically, I'm younger than Kelsey because she's 35. She's a same birthday wise, and she is 12 days younger than my oldest son, Barry. So yeah, that is how Kelsey and I have just known each other through television. We became really good friends, and we just like a lot of the same things. When COVID was happening, we kind of reconnected. She had ended up getting laid off from her job at Channel 12. And we started doing movie marathons and just doing a bunch of Halloween and horror related things. We did even musicals. We talked about musicals that were not horror related. But yeah, we just have a lot in common and we just like to hang out and have fun. So that is my long winded way that I met Kelsey, Chris. Shucks, guys, Kat has always supported me. We came up together. Yes, we have. And I appreciate my friends that we have started together and just support one another and just have, it's just a wonderful community. And through that, we've also kind of crossed our friends, so a bunch of people that you might not have known Al are now starting to come over from my side, because also Cliff's another person that has been in the beginning of my journey as well. So I think just love the support of my friends. It's like you got to remember where you come from. You know what I'm saying? Remember where you come from. Don't take anybody for granted, and always pay it forward and show the love. That's for sure. Hey, Dustin. To be fair, her books are pretty short. Holly is quite long. Yeah, I'm on page 309 right now. I'm getting close. I know you mentioned Criminale a lot. Do you watch Michael K. Vaughan too? I have only watched, I think, one video by him. And I think it was because he was doing something, I think, to support Criminale, but I have never gone back to watch anything else. But his name has come up quite a lot, just within circles. I know a lot of people watch him. I have to just take the time. I'm so far behind on my videos. It's sad. I'm catching up. I'm trying high to catch up. I had a really rough second half of 2023. So I'm still in the midst of catching up. That's but I'm getting there. I'm getting there. And I'm excited. I normally have oatmeal and bananas with honey. Very nice. I used to eat oatmeal all the time. Then I changed to my green drink. I will have oatmeal sometimes, but I will have it with bananas and cinnamon. And sometimes I'll put walnuts. But I do like it. And I always will have a splash of like either almond milk or regular milk in it. I'll be working on some modules for work. Very nice. I hope they're interesting. I always like a bowl of cornflakes with slices of nice ripe bananas. Yum. I like banana in Rice Krispies too. Yum. I ate a hamburger. And you ate a hamburger. That's okay. That's okay. I've never eaten a hamburger for breakfast, but I'm sure it was yummy. And depending on how you prepared it. My son is home from school, so we're watching Trolls again. Normally, I would be out running errands on a Friday morning. Very nice. And Al is jealous of your hamburger. Oh, wow. That's cool, Kat. Yeah, it is. I just love Kelsey. I love her. She's just one of my favorite people on the planet. She makes me happy, and I can't wait to see her the next time because I have birthday presents for her. We have been behind on that too. You need to check out John at Talking Story. He used to run a theater company. He is super outgoing like you. Must be that drama background. Maybe so. Let me write that down. John at Talking Story. And thank you. I appreciate your sweet and kind sentiments. Makes my day. Gives me a happiness boost. I'm all about trying to get a happiness boost, and I'm always trying to work on my happiness and trying to find joy in every day. Life is so short. Life is so, so short. Yes, to Dustin. I'm pretty sure I found you through Kelsey. I think so, Alicia. I think so, 100%. Probably through Old School April, maybe a little bit before that. But yeah, maybe through Old School April. Kelsey and I have been collaborating since, maybe fall of 2020. We were doing things like on our blogs, and then I think that's when we decided to do our marathon, our first Halloween marathon. But Kelsey and I go shopping during the holiday season. I'll go over to her house and pop in and hang out with her. We'll do, different things. We've carved pumpkins together. We'll hang out at Christmas. We're going to have a day during Old School April where we play games. And this time we're supposed to build our fort. So we'll see if that happens. You have a youthful spirit. I guess I just have never grown up. I don't really feel my age. Like sometimes I'm like, really have to scratch my head and think, how is it possible that chronologically I'm 55 years old? It just doesn't seem possible to me because really, I don't know. I just feel like I got stuck at 32. That's when I was pregnant and had Andrew, who is now 22. And I don't know. I just always have been, really involved with my boys and loved the stuff that they were into. We have a lot in common, especially Andrew and I do, when it comes to a lot of pop cultural kind of things and books. My oldest son reads, but he's more nonfiction like my husband. And we have similar taste in music, but my oldest son is not as outgoing. He's kind of like my husband. They're not as outgoing until you kind of get to know them. They're more of like, let's just sit back and observe people kind of thing. Whereas Andrew and I are just like, blah, 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 all over the place and excited about everything and want to do everything. And I think it's because Andrew and I are both multi-potentialites. We have tons of interest and we're always like going here and there trying to fit everything in that we love. If I could figure out how to just could it rein it all in and have the job that I can do everything that I want to do all at one time and never feel like I don't have enough time. That's Andrew and I. I need to go to the grocery, but I don't feel like catching the bus in the rain. I don't blame you. I like going anywhere in the rain. What a wonderful friendship. You're both amazing people. Thank you, Em. You're so sweet. My current obsession is scrambled eggs and Greek yogurt. Is it scrambled eggs with the Greek yogurt in there, or is it like separated? Tell me. I'm interested in what kind of beer you found for her. I have to take a picture for you because I was supposed to take one and then she ended up having to cancel because of a scheduling conflict. And so I just kind of didn't, all her stuff is still in my scrapbook room. So I need to. The beer I was kind of a little disappointed that they didn't have some of the ones that I've seen there before, but there were still some great ones. That was still there. And then I had Barry try to help me pick out some. It gets overwhelming at Red, White, and Brew because they have so many different types. It was sort of like, and I don't drink beer. Hardly ever. I mean, I drink like fruity beer, so it's just it's not like really hardcore beer, I guess you would say. But so I just picked it out because I think the titles sound great or the ingredients sound weird. And that's what I picked for her. Good morning, Jamie. Just stopping in to say hi and hit the like button while getting ready for work. Happy sprints, y'all. Well, Jamie, I hope you have a wonderful day at work. Hopefully it'll fly by. I mean, it's cool, all those jobs you had, but knowing Kelsey is cool too. Oh, yes, I've had many, 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 many different jobs over my lifetime. Always doing different things. Yep. When I interned, what I did was, in my degree, drama and communications was a little of everything. I had drama, I had graphic design, I had marketing, I had advertising, marketing kind of classes, television classes, film classes. I had to actually make a film in school. Now at UNO, it's different. You have to decide if you want to be a theater major or if you want to be a television or if you want to be film. You can't, it's not all of that together. So when what I did was we had a program called UNO Video. And through that program, I made connections to Channel 12 and started off volunteering as a floor producer, floor director, went in on my own time to learn how to direct. There was a wonderful person. And now she's the president, the general manager of the station now, Robin Cooper. And I asked her if I could come in and sit in the booth and watch her direct. She would let me get on the board and direct. And it was really, a fun time for me. I loved it. That's what I wanted to do with my life, was work in television. And I just made different decisions for my family. but it was good that I was able to still, do freelance work. I worked on 2 cooking shows for Justin Wilson. I was his stage manager and loved those 2 shows that I worked on. Also, when I was in college, I interned at an advertising agency so I could get experience in that because I had no idea what I was going to be doing. And when I left for the advertising agency, I was a production manager. So I got schmoozed a lot by vendors because I was the person that priced out the jobs for the client. So a lot of paper companies, a lot of printers, they would want to take you out to lunch all the time. And I worked in New Orleans for that on the corner of Camp and Julia. And so I got to eat at some lovely restaurants in New Orleans because they all wanted you to pick them. But you had to get quotes, and whoever came in with the best price was who you went with. It's great. I haven't grown up either. Yay. Kindred spirits, Kaylin, kindred spirits. I don't feel my age either. Yeah. It's just, it's weird. Some people I look at people I went to high school with and I'm like, they just seem so old to me. I don't know why. Not all of them, but it's just weird. I know where does the time go. I'm going to be 50 in March. Yeah. I don't know where it goes. I'm more of a hermit until I get comfortable around a person. Yeah, that's kind of how my husband is. If it wasn't for me, I don't think my husband really would go out and about as much. But I'm one that I need equal time in my home, equal time out and about. And so it's like if I go out and do something, like we're going to have a lot of big weekend stuff to do. We're going out of town. We're going to go to a concert. I need to be able to relax and balance that on Sunday kind of thing. But yeah, my husband likes to putter around the yard and around the house all the time. Good morning, Christina. Gotta find some coffee, sharing some TGIF with the like button. Thank you. Is Kelsey Slime and Slashers? Kat, I am turning 55 this year too. Woot woot. Yes, she is Slime and Slashers. Check her out if you have not. She reads a lot of horror, but she's also into nostalgia. And we are having a humongous, I'm not even exaggerating, old school April nostalgia-thon in April, the entire month. We will be dropping announcement videos March 1st and 2nd. I am one of the co-hosts of many. And so, yeah, we're going to be announcing it early so everybody can get prepared. But if anyone has ever participated, they can tell you how much fun it is. It's team oriented. You have the silver snakes, you have the blue barracudas, and you have the purple parrots. And it's a friendly competition. That's not anything to get upset about or whatever. But just so you know, I am a silver snake. I am a card carrying silver snake. So if you join and you don't have a team, I would encourage you to join the Silver Snakes because they're awesome. And we are pretty much the underdogs of the whole community. But this year, something's going to be done a little bit different, and you're going to have to watch all those announcement videos to see it. So our lovable reader is telling Christina hello. And lovable reader's name is Carissa. Good morning, Carissa, now that I know what your name really is. Hiding behind that lovable reader. Good morning, Bree. Hope you're doing well this beautiful Friday. I am. I'm very excited on this Friday. Getting things done. You guarantee about it being fantastic? Yes, if that is what you're referring to, I guarantee. Oh, you guarantee. Oh, Dustin, you know Justin Wilson. Woot woot. Yes, I worked on 2 of his shows. I was his stage manager. Loved it. He was such a sweet guy. Yikes, I'm turning 54. See, my memory's going. I cannot even remember my age. I know. I have to really kind of calculate. I calculate by my children. I know that Barry and I are 20 years apart, and then I know that Andrew and I are like 32. So that's how I kind of figure it out. I am enjoying being retired, so I don't do anything I don't want to do. Excellent. I was a psychologist, so I volunteer 1 day a week. That is awesome, Anne. Good for you. I'm semi-retired. I work 2 days a week. Old school April is the best. You are right. Team Blue Barracudas. Chomp, chomp. Yes. I have 2 barracudas in the house. Chomp, chomp. But that's okay. I still love Alicia and Em very dearly. Very dearly. So, yeah. If you're interested, that is something you could do in April. It's a lot of fun. You get to do all kinds of activities, plus you read things, you watch things. I'm super, super excited. All the hosts have recommendations. I think you'll love it. I think you'll love it. My son and I are 20 years apart as well. That's how I remember my birthday. Yes, that is exactly how I remember, because Barry and I are in the same birthday month, which is in January. Yes, Chris is also Team Silver Snakes. Whoop, whoop. Yes. So we are sweet, but we're also sassy. Just saying. Okay, I have talked a little too much, I guess. That's what I do with my siblings. My oldest sister is 25 years older than I am, and it makes it easier for the rest of my siblings. Very good. My boys are almost 13 years apart. I thought they had a big gap. Wow. Brianna. Hi, Brianna. Whoops. Hi, Christina. Okay, when we come back, Heidi, don't go anywhere. I will share the dragon books with you that I have been able to find. I know he has more, but we have tons of totes, all because of moving around in our house and because of Hurricane Ida. So a lot of his books are in totes right now. I just subbed to Kelsey and Big Al because you and Alex and them, I feel like I just joined another entire section of BookTube. Yay! Alex is one of my favorite people too. I'm so excited that I have connected with her. Brianna in here is also another wonderful person. Bree. So I would definitely check out Bree as well. She is a fairly new booktuber. I'll have to get her link. Let me get her link in here too. I don't know why I can't see. Da, 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 da. I know I'm subscribed. Bree, I think you don't go by the same. I'm going to have to look. I know she's in here. Bree, you do not go by. That is not the name of your channel. Okay. Bree, tell me what your channel name is, because you do not go by the Booktrovert. That's not your channel's name. Tell me what it is again. I know that you're in there and I see your stuff that pops up in my feed. So I'm terrible at remembering names. Sorry. I volunteered in elementary school. I enjoy talking to the girls. Very nice. My eldest and I are 20 years apart too. Woo! 20 was a magic number. Yes, Heidi. Oh, thanks. Loving this community so much. Yes, we have built a very good community. I just found Bree. Okay. I just can't get my act together. I'm trying to scroll. Bree, help me out. Help me out. Sometimes, too, if it's okay. I'm apparently not capable of doing this. Why is it not coming up on mine? Okay, look for Bree just at this, but that is not what your title is. Subscribed. Hi, Alicia. My eldest is 20 years apart too, and my youngest is 28 years apart. Wowza. Okay, we'll do for Bree the Booktrovert. Yes. But okay, I got to figure out why I can't find it in my feed, in my thing. I don't know. I know that I'm subscribed to your channel. Haha, it's YouTube. It's finicky. Of course it is, because it's live. This is always about live anything. Okay, we are going on a sprint. Let's go ahead and do let's do a 45 minutes if that's okay with y'all, because I need to get some reading done. 45 minutes. Ooh, Anne just heard the mail person. That's early. Well, no, I guess it's not. Different time zone. Okay, there we go. Let's start. Okay, happy reading, everyone. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. How is everyone doing? Okay, so the mystery of Bree's YouTube name and link were solved. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. Apparently it was in the T's, not the B's, and so it was little, and I kept missing it. So it is what it is. But yes, check out Bree's channel. Bree and Al. Do you think Kat would like First Law? Maybe in the future she can try out the blade itself. I imagine she has a big TBR already. I have a gajillion books to read on my TBR. Yes, Alicia has already told me about it, but she doesn't think it's going to be my thing. It's my all-time favorite, but I know it's not for everyone. It's also a big commitment to read all 10 books. Yeah, I don't know. I have it on my list, but she has warned me. Stacy and Steph dropped in. I don't know if it's Stacy or Steph or both. Happy Friday, working all day today. Glad to have your sprints to keep me company. Well, welcome, welcome. Stacy and Steph are also wonderful sisters. They're twins, and they have a YouTube channel. They do sprints, and they have all kinds of different vlogs that they do. Just a variety of things happen on their channel. So they are another booktube duo that I would check out, and I will be able to find them easily because I won't have anything in front of it. I'm such a goofball today. So yes, I try to attend their sprints when I can. A lot of times I'm working, so I miss them. But I put them in the comments. So if you want to check out Stacy and Steph. Okay, here it is. I'm like, I know I put it in here. So, and they just recently had a milestone. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Let's see where we're at. Okay, poor Anne cannot find her reading glasses. I hope you found them in the interim. Good morning, Alka. Woot woot. Catching up on videos. Have fun. 10% into my audiobook. Good. Oh, going back to Brie, I want to mention she just did a tour of her bookshelves in her little oasis, her room. She has a fantastic little room. It reminds me of my scrapbook room. My scrapbook room, though, is a mess right now because it has books, plants, and all kinds of other things in it. I watched one of Brie's videos and ate lunch. Did you watch the one where she's showing her room? So good. I got to 50% of The Teacher, and I'm really enjoying it. I saw The Teacher, and I was curious about that one. Al read a dozen pages of Gardens of the Moon. I'm finally reading, though, today. That's good. I finished, okay, first of all, I finished Odd and the Frost Giants, and I absolutely loved the story. I loved when Odd comes up against the Frost Giant. I love what happens at the end, the sweetness of Freya, what she gives Odd as a gift. Just wonderful. Now, I am curious. I enjoyed Chris Riddell's illustrations, but as I've shown you, they're all in black and white. I'm curious to check out Brett Hellquist's version with his illustrations because I believe they are in color. Not sure if there is many illustrations as this book has, but I'm just curious. I just absolutely adored this. This is definitely, I'm going to tell y'all now, a 5-star read for me. It's making me want to read more Norse mythology, which I want to read Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology, but I would also like to check out Rick Riordan's series. I have that that has to do with Norse mythology as well. So it's just really neat having the characters of Odin and Loki and Thor in it, and you know, having the illustrations too was just like added icing on the cake, I guess. And then I read my 2 little mythical creatures out of Mythical Monsters. And the first one I read about, and these all appear in different formats. So it could be, I read the introduction as well. They can be movie, TV, but the first one I have read is Black Dog. Now, Black Dog, believe it or not, many of you will probably know this. Black Dog stories influence Arthur Conan Doyle when he wrote his Sherlock Holmes story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. So I do know that there is a ghostly dog on the moors. But what's interesting is where these tales started off. Said most tales of black dogs come from Britain and Ireland, but there have been sporadic sightings in Scandinavia, Germany, France, and even as far afield as Nova Scotia and Canada and the eastern states of the United States. So it has a little did you know section, and it also gives you the actual size, according to the size of a man. And it says the earliest known report of a black dog was in France in AD 856 when one materialized in the church, even though the doors were shut. The church grew dark as it padded up and down the aisle as if looking for someone, and then the dog vanished as suddenly as it appeared. That would be very scary. Cool, but scary. And then in Missouri in the United States, a hunter once threw an axe at an enormous black dog. Shame on that hunter. And the axe passed right through the beast's ghostly body. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And then the next one is the boogeyman. This boogeyman, they describe him as an ogre, but he's terrifying. Look at those teeth and those claws. Oh my gosh. I never imagined the boogeyman being like that. I mean, John Wick is also described as the boogeyman, but he is so easy on the eyes. I would welcome John Wick, the boogeyman, coming to see me in the middle of the night. My husband might not like that, but I would. Anyway, it shows you how, according to the size. And this one is pretty neat. It says the boogeyman is found mainly in North America, where many towns and districts have their own legends about this horrible being. Boogeyman tales are also told in the UK, especially in Scotland, where stories of boogies abound. Now I learned something when I looked this up. Bogies have to do with golf and something else. Boogies are what you call the boogeyman. Now, Al, if you are still here, I want to know if you've heard of this story because you were in the UK. Let me go through some of these. It says American communities often give the boogeyman local names such as the Shape, Rawhead Rex, and the Hook. Have anybody in the United States ever heard of those names? I have never. I only know him as the boogeyman, and I did not realize the boogeyman looked like this. The word boogeyman may have come from Scotland, where mischievous goblins are called, I think it's bogles, boogies, and boggarts. Maybe it's bogles. Anyway, I've heard of boggarts because I think they have them in Harry Potter. I know that they had them in the Spiderwick Chronicles. But anyway, I thought that was very interesting. And it makes sense to me that it would come from Scotland, especially the term bogey with golf, because from my understanding, golf originated from Scotland. So isn't that kind of neat? I have a cousin that went to Scotland and played golf there. And then my very good friend, Sue, she's been to Scotland several times, and she and her husband play golf. In fact, they're going in March, and they're bringing their clubs with them. Okay, this is the last fact. So Al, if you're still here, it says there is a boogie woman who haunts the Midwestern United States where she scratches on bedroom windows to scare small children. England also has a boogie woman tale. Jenny Greenteeth haunts the county of Lancashire, I hope I'm saying that correctly, UK, where she preys on children who play too close to streams and ponds. Green slime on the water surface is taken as a sign of her presence. So I don't know. Have you heard that story, Al? I would like to know. Anyway, I thought that I was just going to read those two, but I think I may go ahead and read this entire book throughout the year as well. So I'll have this one as well as my Gnomes book under my belt for next year. So let's see what else is going on here. And Bree likes The Teacher, so that's 2 for The Teacher. Bree, have you read any of other McFadden books? Because our friend Rebecca has read 4 within the last couple of days. So I need to get into it. I know Halco has read The Housemaid and the sequel. I enjoyed the first Law trilogy, need to read the others. Halco, Alicia doesn't think I would like it. Do you think I would like it, Halco? Tell me. I did some sprint checking and drank some coffee. And thank you for sending me the Instagram. Hello, Stacy and Steph. I might tackle Malazan one day, but no way I'm getting to it this year. They must be very, very long. This is Stacy. Thanks for the shout out. You're so sweet. Well, you ladies are super sweet. Love you ladies. Doing good. Got to chapter 42 in my book. Excellent, excellent. Highs to Christina. I hear you, Alicia. It is a commitment. Yeah. Now I'm curious. I want to read this. I got a good chunk of Hera Takes Charge read. And Mary Lou, welcome, welcome, welcome. So happy to see you this morning. I'm going to pick up Best Served Cold later in the year. That is the video I watched, Kat. It's a lovely room. I know, it's absolutely gorgeous. And I love, love, love Bree's houses. They are so cute. I had no idea that they had an up house or a hocus pocus house. I just thought they were all lovely. And I love Harry Potter. I just think all of that's fantastic. I told Bree that I really want The Office. I would love that, but they are so pricey. I would have to really, really save my pennies to get that one. I hope you love Best Served Cold, Al. And he's praying. Thank you. Dustin. So funny. Did I miss a chat? No, we just started back. Heidi, and I'm going to share my books. No, never heard of those names for the Boogeyman. Me either. Never have. Downloaded audio of Gardens of the Moon, but I probably will not get to it until 2025. Wow. Yeah, I'm already making plans for 2025 too. I plan on reading the Dark Tower series in 2025. I have only read The Gunslinger, and it's about time that I do. I also have the Gunslinger series, Dark Tower series, in comic book form. I have individual comic books as well as the hardcovers because I didn't realize that I was going to go down this whole entire rabbit hole with that. But they're beautiful. The artwork is absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Alicia said, I've heard of Rawhead Rex, but that's because it's movies from the 80s. Ooh. I might have to check that out. Is it really cheesy? Let me make a note of that. Rawhead Rex. And that is the 80s. Might be something to watch during old school April or Halloween. I haven't heard you talk about books like The First Law, so I don't think you would. But it's fantasy. I know I don't read a huge amount of fantasy. It doesn't mean that I don't like it. I don't know. I just don't gravitate towards it. And I think the reason why is because a lot of fantasy happens to be series and they happen to be humongous. I'm like, it would take me probably a whole entire month to read one fantasy book. I try not to read series unless they're all released. Me too, Anne. I'm right there with you. I agree, Halco. I agree, Anne. I try not to also. I like my stuff to be out as long as possible. Hey, I'm all for a long-term TBR plan. It's funny. You already have a possible named man, name of the North. I just name Philip Chase. Crummick, I Phil? I'll read it with you, Kat. Aw. You and Andrew. Yes, talking about Dark Tower. Yes, I am. I'm planning on doing that. I think Coda said that he wouldn't mind doing it, but yeah. I really would like to read it finally. I read some Frida. I'm reading Never Lie right now. It's good. Excellent, excellent. Some laughing in the chat. It's been many years since I watched it, but I remember it being cheesy. Yeah. Well, with a name like Rawhead Rex and it being the 80s, obviously. Okay, so how Heidi, I told Heidi that I was going to go look. A lot of Andrew's books are in tubs. I just said that, like totes. So I picked the ones that are like belong to me, but also belong to Andrew. And then I just kind of put them together. Well, this one actually belonged to, as you can see, this one actually belonged to my oldest son. And that's Dragons by Eric Carle. He is a favorite when it comes to children's books, but the artwork is just beautiful. This is not just about dragons, although there's a beautiful picture of dragons. And the way he does his art style, when I took my library science class, when I went back for my teaching certificate, I created a picture the same way Eric Carle does his with the tissue and everything. But it also has different characters in here. Characters like monsters. So I wonder if they have the black cat in here. Oh, look! Silver snakes represented by a two-headed snake. But this is a beautiful book. It's not just about dragons. It's about all kinds of mythical creatures. So yeah, you know, they do have something about dragons in it, but you might like it. Also, one that I did buy for myself because I love Tony Ditteralazizi. I am not pronouncing that right. I got this book back in 2008 in October, but this is called Kenny and the Dragon. And he is also behind the Spiderwick Chronicles with Holly Black. Love Holly Black and love Tony Ditteralazi. No, I'm not pronouncing that right, but Kenny and the Dragon, very cute. And then How to Train Your Dragon. This is Cressida Cowell, maybe, or Cressida. She has a whole bunch of books that are in this series. I think it's a completed series. This is book number 1. Andrew absolutely adored these. I did not read these, but Andrew adored them. Another series that he has is Wings of Fire, the Dragonette Prophecy. I think this series might still be going on. I'm not 100% sure, but I have quite a few in the collection that he had, and I think he read a couple of the books, but I haven't read it yet. This is actually an extra copy. If you're interested, Heidi, I'd be glad to send this to you because I was either going to put it in a little free library or give it away on my channel, but it does. Yeah, this was Andrew's because you can actually see. And what happened was I bought the entire, like the series was in a box set. So that's why I'm getting rid of this one. So if you don't care that it has writing in it, you're more than welcome to it. But you could always, get rid of it. But they have maps and everything in it. This is a series I'll read eventually. And then they have the different dragons. But I would say this is middle grade. I mean, Andrew read it and took an AR test on it, apparently. That was worth 10 points. So, again, if you're interested, I'll put my email in the chat. I can remember how to type. And you can email me your address if you feel comfortable. I promise I will only use it for mailing purposes. And then I forgot all about this and all about my other books that are in this series. This is a group of books that I got. This is Dragonology, but I have one that's like Monsterology. I have Egyptology, Vampiretology. But it's a complete book of dragons, but it's absolutely beautiful. You can see that. But it's one that has all kinds of different maps and history and fold outs. They also have where you can feel what a dragon would feel like right here. See? And I don't know, it's just beautiful. I mean, beautiful artwork. But this is my book. I did not. I mean, Andrew, of course, was allowed to look at it if he wanted to, but I buy my own books as well. I know. This is by Candlewick Press, publishers of rare and unusual books. So I have a bunch of these, and I'm sad because I forgot all about them when I was doing my Folklore February, apparently, because I could have been reading about monsters in that. And then what else? Okay, I have a list. The first one is The Last Dragon Chronicles by Chris DeLacy. Let me write that down for you. This is the series that was so sweet and touching, and there were moments where I cried in it. Andrew loved this series. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but it's by Chris DeLacy. L-A-C-E-Y. These are in a box somewhere. And the first book, and I believe this series is finished. The first book is The Fire Within. And I don't think we read the last book that was in this series, but so I'll put that in for you too. It's The Last Dragon Chronicles by Chris DeLacy. Loved it. Of course, Aragon by Christopher Paolini. Andrew just loved dragons. And in fact, he picked St. George to be his confirmation saint because he loved St. George. He loved the stories about him fighting the dragon and just the history that surrounded St. George. So I know he has a book. I think he has a picture book of that somewhere, probably in my tote. Of course, The Hobbit has a wonderful dragon in it. The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. It's part of the Chronicles of Narnia. There's a dragon in that. Dragon Rider by Cornelia Funke. I don't have that in my collection, but I have read it many moons ago when I was a librarian at St. Joseph. But Dragon Rider is a good one. I love her series called Inkheart. It's Inkheart, Ink Spell, and Ink Death. Those are wonderful. Then A Friend for Dragon by Dave Pilkey. That's more lower grade, but it's a little dragon. Dave Pilkey is a wonderful storyteller and illustrator, but very cute. And then also the Dragon Breath series by Ursula Vernon. Andrew had both of those. But wonderful, wonderful stories if you're looking for anything like that. So hopefully that gets you started on some dragon stuff. And I may find some other stuff after the fact, and then I can just always email you if you email me. So yeah, sure. That's what we have here. But like I said, a bunch of our stuff is in totes. That's why we need bookshelves in our house. It's terrible. We have so many books. Too many. In fact, when I was looking on Andrew's shelf in his bedroom, I'm like, oh, I didn't realize Andrew had this book. I'm going to have to pull this. This one's awesome. So, yep. And Kaylin says, I just bought Never Lie, so I'd love to get to that this weekend. Excellent. I hate it when you read the first book in a series and then it's a year before the next one. Yes, and I'm exactly the same way. I explained all of that when we were on Sprints the other day. It's kind of like once I know that something's going to be a series, I'm just like hesitant about even starting it. And that's what happened with me with My Heart is a Chainsaw, because it's a trilogy. And now I feel like I have to read My Heart is a Chainsaw again before I go into Don't Fear the Reaper. But we'll see if I have time. Never Lie, so good. So far, it's good. And that's from Chris. And I'm getting great ASMR tingles from you paging through the books, Kat. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That is hilarious. Series, yes. I always hesitate. Commitment phobia. Yeah. Because I also don't want a lot of time to go in between. When I was reading Patricia Cornwell's series, I would read like one or two books and then I'd take a break from K and I'd go read something else. And then I'd come back and I'd read a book, and then I'd take a break from K. Then I would go ahead and read a couple of books, and then that would be how I would get through the series. But yeah. Since we like all the same books, I assume you read, and this is to Alicia, you've read Bloodsworn Saga by John Gwynne, book 3 out this October. So Heidi, you must read a lot of fantasy. That's what I'm gathering here. Okay, so we will go ahead and read for another sprint. We'll do 30 minutes. And Alicia says, I read the first book, going to start the second one soon. I got caught up in the F9. Love the first book. Ooh. Okay. Let's start our pom-pom. Okay, everyone. Happy reading, and I will see y'all in a little bit. Hello, hello. I'm back. Okay. So, what did everybody get up to? Well, it would help if I stopped this. I read my gnomes. So, I did technically read everything that I wanted to read during this time period. I have to tell you that this book is absolutely precious. I love it. But it's the type of book that you cannot read all in one sitting. Otherwise, your brain would like turn to mush. That happened to me with that Edwardian diary. But what's neat about it is I've learned some historical background about gnomes. I've learned that how much they weigh. The illustrations in here are beautiful. I learned about their geographical range. Here's a woodland gnome, male and female. And what I think is funny, it says this female gnome is 346 years. When she's 350 years or older, she begins to show a light beard. Isn't that special? So, and then the male is 275 years old. And the reason he was frowning is because he was posing in harsh daylight. But I learned about their physical appearance, why they wear their little hats, their greetings and farewells. They rub their noses together. Isn't that sweet? And then also that they are friends with wildlife, except martins, cats, and snakes, polecats, ermine, and hornets. And they are just very, very cute. Look at that. So cute. Learned about their footprints, about how they move about, their clothing, their cap. It's just very, very, very cute. I also learned that, depending on the age, will depend on what color cap they wear. So until she's married, a female wears a green cap with her braids sticking out. And after marriage, her hair disappears under the scarf and darker cap. Yeah. And that females have large bosoms and they go unencumbered by a brassiere. Isn't that nice? And they actually have a unencumbered illustration here. Hilarious. And then they also talk about their cap. So that's where I got. I stopped on the physiology and the muscular system. So that is what I'll be reading next when I pick this up. But very, very cute. So I will be reading this throughout the year. I'm so grateful that Andrew and Megan gave that to me. And I wanted to share with you my gnome. Some of you will understand this if you're a Stephen King fan. And it says, instead of here's Johnny, it's here's Nomi. Anyway, he's supposed to be for your garden, but I put him in my window facing out on the porch so that people can be a little freaked out. And look, that's behind him. He's got his axe, just like Johnny. Well, Jack Torrance in The Shining. Anyway, I thought y'all would like to see that. Well, Anne says mistake. When she said I got caught up in the F9, she says mistake. And Heidi is asking Alicia, it is even better than the first Hunger of the Gods. Joanne joined us and wants to know how everyone is and what we're reading or working on. I'm reading. Anne is asking, has anyone read The Priory of the Orange Tree? No, I have not. I assumed you meant F9 fighter jet. Excellent to Heidi. If you like to laugh out loud, you will like First Law. It is all about the humor. Okay, well, that's good to know. And The Trouble with Peace and the Tyranny of Faith, 5-star reads. Kat, you will love Shauna Lawless's The Gale Song. Historical fantasy, medieval Ireland using folklore of magical tribes mixed with real Irish kings and Vikings. Point of views are 2 women, 1 good, 1 evil. Let me write that down. I like learning all this. And I brought some books just to see if y'all have read any of these that I have. Some of them are old. But they've been on my shelves for a long time. Let's see. And Joanne says, cool. Are you enjoying it so far? And Kat said, just stop after book 4 of Dark Tower, then pick up the comics beginnings. I bought those comics when they came out every month. Yes, I did too. And then I didn't realize that they were going to be in a hardcover compilation. So I'm like, I could have just done the hardcovers. And I think I have them all. Hey, Heidi, this is Jordan from the Blind World. And I know Kat will love The Empire of the Wolf. She wrote that title down on Wednesday. Yes, I did. And hey, Heidi, can you tell me what does it called with the Irish kings and Vikings in medieval period? Because I'm from Ireland. I'm actually Irish. Yes. The book is Secure in Depression Period in Ireland, because that used to eating with Irish history. That's why the oak tree in Ireland is sacred. Wonderful. And 1000 AD, King Brian, Styric. And Jordan is telling Joanne, hello, I'm trying to get in contact with you in case you need an extra reader for your books. Sugar and Spice, Magic Tribes and Gale Song, Fomorians, Gormflave, and Tuatha De Danann. That's probably another reason why I haven't read much fantasy, is because so many complicated names. And then Heidi, Jordan's interested if this is on audiobook. And then Heidi said, I would love that beautiful book. We'll send you my email. Yours are somewhere in your channel. It's actually weird. I didn't realize that I did not have my email on my description box. So I'll have to add it. Maybe I did add it for this, but I just recently just realized that I did not. So that's why I always put it in the chat box. Your son probably wants all these books for his future kids. No, yeah, he will. In fact, that's why I have so many of his books, because, and it's just funny, his girlfriend, Megan, is not a collector of books. Like, she has a handful of books, maybe a shelf full of books, of ones that she wants to keep. In fact, I borrowed one of her Laura Ingalls Wilder books, but she's not one that keeps them. She doesn't want to, she's not a collector, which is crazy because Andrew is a collector and of lots of things, not just books. But so I'm probably going to be housing his books for a very long time. And I have tons of them. I have all of his children's books. I have children's books that belong to my oldest son. They're just in buckets, and I have to decide, what am I going to do? Like, I don't know if I can keep all of it. It's just too much. But yeah, he's going to want to keep his books. Very rarely does he give anything away. And Heidi said, yes, Jordan, there are audiobooks. Shauna Lawless on Mike Books Reviews today at 4 p.m. to discuss the prequel novella for Gale Song, Dreams of Fire, coming out next month. Excellent. I am going out of the house now. Hope to chat with you later on Alex's sprints tonight or next week. You rescued me today. Thank you. Thanks for sharing all your son's dragon books with us. You are welcome. Have a wonderful day, Heidi, and hopefully I will see you on Alex's sprints. Rebecca got to 68%. Very, very good. Hi, Stormy. Just popping in to smack the like button and say hi. Out grocery shopping, blah. Yeah, I do not like grocery shopping either. And I have honestly been able to skip quite often lately because I was doing sprints on Saturday mornings. And I did go with him, my husband. He doesn't seem to mind it. I went a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, probably about 2 weeks ago we went shopping. I just don't like it. I don't know if it's because I worked in a grocery store for years. I don't know. He did too. So I don't understand. He doesn't mind it. He doesn't mind going to stores in general. Like, there are times when, although he doesn't like to go to a bookstore, and he doesn't like to go to some of my stores. So what'll happen is I have to like really beg him, and I'll have to say, I'll go with you to Lowe's or Home Depot or Harbor Freight. If he asks me to go there, I'm like, if you'll go with me, like, to Books A Million or Target or wherever. Got to page 375% read. Making awesome progress, Dustin. Very good. Unencumbered large bosoms. Yes. I mean, I could not even believe it. I cannot believe that they have it. I'm just like, oh my, you know. I hear there's a drawing. A drawing? Got some dishes done as well. Yes. Yes. Yes, the drawing of the unencumbered bosoms. I'm just like, oh my. But for those of you that read fantasy, I think Al has gone because it's probably much later now, 5 o'clock or so. I don't know, Alicia, if you have seen these. This is Robert Holdstock. These are old. I've had these. I got these, I think, from Doubleday. I don't have a date in them of when I got them. But this was published in 1988. But I have Lavendus. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. So I don't know if you've ever heard of that. And I also have Mathaga Wood. This one, though, says British Science Fiction Association. This was 84. So this must be science fiction. And apparently he's a winner of the World Fantasy Award for Best Novel, but those are both by him. I don't know if you've read either one of those. And then I also have one that is called Black Trillium. This is by Marion Zimmer Bradley, Julian May, and Andre Norton. Now, I think Andre Norton also does science fiction because I do have a couple of Andre Norton. But this is supposed to be, it looks like a fantasy to me. That's why I had picked it up. But I think I got these were all Doubleday. I belong to Doubleday, and I want to say I got all of them from Doubleday. So not sure. I don't know. Eventually, I'll get to them. They've been on my shelves for a long, long time, very long time. And then I do have Out of the Silent Planet, Paralandria, and That Hideous Strength by C.S. Lewis. So these have to all be fantasy, I would think. I don't know where I picked this one up. But I did get it back in 2002. I need to date my books again. August of 2002. That's when I got this one. So there's no telling where I picked it up. And I do think I have another book by Tolkien, and I don't know where it is at, but it's not The Lord of the Rings. And then I also got this from, you might have seen this, Alicia. I got this book, The Forgotten Moon, The Five Warrior Angels by Brian Lee Durfee. The font is hard. Durfee. Anyway, I have the first two in this. I got this in a giveaway. But look at it. It's humongous. It is really big. Really, really big. So, I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to get to this because, again, it does have very complicated names, but it has a map at the beginning. So, I don't know. I'll get to these at some point. But I got the first two books, and I got those from Mindy. Mindy ended up sending those to me. So I don't know, Alicia, if you've ever read any of that or know of that. I am still here just doing things and fighting my router. Message, strong signal, connected, no internet. What does that mean? Well, if you have a strong signal and you're connected, but you don't have internet, yeah, that's odd. I know, technology. I love technology, but it can drive you crazy. The Lavendus has a nice look to it. Makes me want to read it. Yeah, I think I bought it probably for the cover because I didn't know that person. Andre Norton I have because I have some paperbacks. A friend of mine gave me his books. I remember you saying you had The Forgotten Moon. I haven't read that one, but I think there is a dog named Beer Mug. That is hilarious if that is the case. Yes, that is so funny. Yeah, so I don't know. I do have some fantasies, but not a huge amount. I think part of the reason I steer clear from it is because, or don't read a lot of it, is because it's so long. But it's not that I don't like that kind of world, you know. Mary Lou says strong signal means to your network. No internet means you aren't connected through your modem. We usually have to reset the modem. Okay, thanks, Mary Lou, for letting us know. I would not have known that. Yeah, and I think if I ever get into any kind of fantasy series, going back to that, I will have to, I think, I don't know, I would have to devote like a whole entire year to it and just take my time and not worry about when I finish it. So that's part of the reason why, I don't know if anybody's noticed, I haven't been doing really many TBR, like a monthly TBR. I might do it for an event, but I don't do it for a month just because, one, I can't usually stick to a TBR for the month because other things crop up. And I was getting to where I wasn't finishing the books and it was feeling kind of pressure. So I don't like to feel pressure with my reading. And I'm a mood reader by nature. And so sometimes I do feel a little stifled with having a TBR. I feel like, oh my gosh, it's looming over me. But yeah, in fact, I want to really read Devolution, or Devolution is probably how you pronounce it, Devolution. And Lauren at Happy Haunts Library said that it would be wonderful if I could listen to it because it's a full cast. And the actors are reputable actors. So I asked Andrew because my library uses Cloud Library to do audio and ebooks. And the only way I can get it on Cloud Library is as an ebook. I don't need an ebook. I have the physical copy. But I was thinking about listening to it because I could possibly listen to it while I'm on the road and maybe get it in before the end of February. But yeah, I don't know. I have to see. But Andrew says they have Libby at his library, and I still have to get my library card for his parish. And but he did say I could use his Libby if I wanted to. They have it on ebook as well as on audiobook. So I'm tempted to do it, but I need to finish Holly. So on the next sprint, I am reading Holly. Because I did get to what I wanted to for Folklore February. I am not starting Grimm Memorials until I am finished Holly. And I'm going to attempt to try to read the book that they're reading for the group read. I have to look and see when they're discussing the group read, because if I'm not going to be here for the group read, I might just forego that. I bought it and I can always read it later. So that's what I'm thinking about doing. I might pick up The Hobbit in a month or so. The Hobbit is wonderful. I've read it a couple of times, and it's not as long. I love The Hobbit. Me too, Mary Lou. It's wonderful. The modem has all green lights. We have been having issues with the router, though. So should we should we just reset both, like unplug, wait 60 seconds? You could do both of them, but the thing about it is your router might be going bad too. We've had to replace our router and our modem. Sometimes you might have, depending on who your carrier is, they may have upgraded your router or modem for whatever your speed is. So if it's still giving you issues, you might want to call whoever your service provider is and make sure, because I've had to do that. I've had to get new ones, and ours look a lot better now. We were having issues, but also too, we upgraded our speed, which you would think it would be better. And guess what? I feel like our speed is not very much better. I just think it's where we're located. We are considered rural. Even though I live in a subdivision, I'm in rural area. I'm not in a town like a city. So I don't know, but you can always unplug and replug and see what happens. That is what we usually have to do on our modem. Yeah, the last time we had an issue, sometimes our modems and routers update and it gets hung up. So I've had to do a special thing. I wrote down all the steps so I don't have to call, because we have Spectrum here. where I live. It used to be Charter Communications, but then now they're Spectrum. Thanks. We will try that before calling the company. They are a pain. Yeah, ours is too. It always takes forever. Anytime I have to call for internet issues, I have to plan to have 2 hours easily because it seems like it takes forever for you to actually talk to a human being. And once you get one, then you have to explain the whole entire thing to them. And then you have the actual whatever that you have to do. We have Spectrum too. Used to be Charter. Yeah. So, and I mean, our only other choice is AT&T, and they were good initially when we got them, and then they were horrible with all their data capping and overcharging us, wanting to charge us 3 months at a time, and then for the same months over and over again. It was the weirdest, craziest thing. Every month I'd have to call and say, how can you charge me for 3 months at a time? This is just, that makes no sense. No wonder it looks like I'm going over on my data, on my internet usage or whatever, because you're literally charging me for 3 months instead of one. And I had had enough of that. And once we were finished with AT&T as our cell phone provider, which we could never use our cell phones at our house, and we changed, we dropped them. We had dropped them for everything except for house phone. And then finally, once we knew that our Verizon phones worked in our house, we got rid of our landline too. And that was goodbye, AT&T. They used to be a wonderful, wonderful company, but I don't know. You're just a number. I guess you're just a number with any company. But we've been pleased with Verizon, and we went back to Spectrum. But I just think it's our area. We're not in an area where we have a lot of choices, and we can't get like the fiber kind of internet. There's different choices with that, but we can't get it because either we don't have enough interest in the area or we're too far out, which is a bummer. I mean, there's pros and cons, but that's one of the bummers. Okay, so let's go ahead and have another sprint. What would y'all like? Would y'all like 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Makes no difference to me. We probably will, well, whatever it's going to be, probably will be the last one because we're coming up on almost 4 hours. And I have some things I have to take care of before I join BookTube Besties. Mary Lou says 45 minutes. Alicia says 45. Halco's 45. Hey, Alex. Are you like sneaking in or have you been lurking? What you been up to? And hello to Alex. Okay, we'll do 45. That's fine with me. I'm okay with that. That means more time for me with Holly. Okay, so let me get this going. Share this. Alex says, I'm sneaking in, having car repairs again today. Sadness. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you love your car so very, very much, but that is the pits when that happens. Okay, I'm going to change out our banner. So and then highs to Alex. So happy reading or whatever you're getting up to. And see you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did everybody do? I got to page 337 of Holly. I have 109 pages left and I will be finished. It's ramping up. I'm still like tense. That's all I'm going to say. Christina had told Alex hello. Alex is in here sneaking around as she's getting car repairs done. And Alex was saying hello to Alicia and Christina. And Rebecca got to 92%. So close. Yes, you are super close. So excited for you. That means you will be finished. Honestly, you will be finished probably at least, another hour? Not even another hour, I would think. Maybe a half an hour. So I'm excited. I reached my goals for today with my folklore reading, and my husband should be home soon, and we are going to have lunch, like a late lunch, kind of early dinner kind of thing. And then I have some things I have to do around the house. I might go out and get some snacks for the BookTube Besties retreat. I haven't decided yet. I'll have to see. And I have to print out all the information and see what the schedule is going to be to plan my time. And then I have to do a couple of chores around the house. And then I need to read. I need to finish this book today. We had lunch and set hubby off. Aw. And you're so close to the end. I know. 109 pages. So at the rate I'm going, it's probably a couple of hours left. Oh, I also have to do my thumbnail and watch my video one more time and get that all scheduled to release tomorrow morning. And I'll be done. So I'll probably do that first, just so I can check that off my list and then get going. But yeah, if I can finish Holly, I'll be thrilled. I have a feeling what's going to happen is the book that I got for the BookTube Besties, I'm not going to read that one and just read that at another time. But it sounds like a really good book. I think it's called The Golden Spoon. I think that's what it's called. So it sounds like a mystery, a fun mystery. Thanks for the sprints. Hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Same to you, Christina. I've been doing chores around the house. Yes, I really do need to do some chores around the house. Andrew is coming to spend the night tomorrow night while we're away for the concert. I mean, my oldest son will be here too, but just in case he's got to work, I just want to make sure somebody's here for our doggies. So yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend, I think, and I'm looking forward to everything I have planned. So I hopefully will see some of you on Alex's sprints. I might not be there the whole time, but I'll try to pop in at least to say hello, boop the like button, and see everybody. Mary Lou said The Golden Spoon is a good mystery. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. So I'm hoping maybe I'll get to read it. And if I don't get to all of it, then maybe I'll be there for the discussion just to hear what everybody says. But it's okay. When they had the retreat in July, I wasn't finished, but I had a lot going on with my mom, and I read part of it and didn't finish it, and I still haven't finished the book. So eventually I will read it. I mean, it was a cute little story. It was called The Getaway Girls, but I love the early morning sprints, and I hope you guys have a great weekend at the show. I hope so too. Yeah, this was fun having the early morning. It might be something that I can do at another time. I do know I'll have normal sprints on Wednesday, and then Folklore February ends on Thursday. So we'll have some wrap-up sprints for that, and more talking maybe about things if people want to share how they feel about the Folklore February Readathon, if people want to give some feedback or whatever. It's just basically to wrap up the month, which I've really enjoyed. And then March, I'll have normal sprints, but in April, I will be sprinting. So some of the sprints that I do for Old School April could possibly be in the morning. Like I said, I try not to sprint when other people are sprinting, just because you hate to take away from their group if you have common people that follow you. And some people don't mind sprint hopping, but anyway, I just, like to be courteous with that. But yeah, I've enjoyed having the morning sprints even on Saturday. I know Saturday is usually a busier day for people because it's the weekend and they're trying to get stuff done. But these morning sprints, I don't mind doing them. So we'll see what happens when Old School April comes up, because we will have lots of Old School April sprints going on. You should know that, Alicia, if you participated. So anyway, I'm going to leave everybody here. I want to thank everyone for attending sprints this morning and keeping me company while I was reading my Folklore February reads. And I hope everyone has a wonderful Friday. You have a wonderful weekend, whatever you're doing. And I hope that you will stay amazing and be adventurous. Just be safe on your adventures. Bye, Alicia. Love ya. Bye, Mary Lou. Love ya. Have a good weekend.